hope that the sound is fine, this time at least, and welcome to the restream of my PB, in which I want to explain what I'm doing since I haven't done many runs of this. So yeah, here, I don't know, I have seen other runners turn around differently. Just doing a 360 has worked the best for me. As you can see, we have a speed up function. Basically by pressing L1 we can turn up the speed. But this only works when you can actually move and don't have the small menu on the bottom open. Which sometimes can be very annoying when you need to make up for some bad happenings. So yeah, as you might have noticed, I haven't opened the config menu, which you usually often do in speedruns, in which you could potentially turn up the battle speed or turn it from wait to active. The reason I haven't done that yet is because further up there will be 3 soldiers. We kill with 2 thunder spells, and at least the first time I did so with changing the battle speed, I died. And since until the menu where I do it we only have like 8 enemies, it doesn't matter too much. So here, as you can see, like opening the menu there, small mistakes can happen pretty fast. But it's nothing really major. So yeah, as you can see, we kill those guys with 2 thunder. A change in the IZJS version also is that the tier 1 spells, Fire, Thunder, Blizzard and Cure, are AoE spells, which helps a lot. Especially the Cure spell we will use a lot in this run. So yeah, the 3 reds. I don't know exactly, they somehow seem to have always the same pattern. One runs towards you and the other 2 go upstairs on the 2 ways. So basically you just wait a short time so that the one that runs towards you is automatically the one you attack, and auto-aimed. And then you just kill them in that order. So yeah, here in the part I'm actually telling him to tell me all the details about, not sure, Hans or Rogue Tomato. I have seen in the vanilla version that, so of course it's longer, by not much I think, probably 1 or 2 text boxes. But somehow waiting or pressing down and choosing the other option feels just like here, slower than I've seen on the console runs of the normal version. I'm not sure if it's IZJS, emulator or my controller. So to me it doesn't really matter, I think, but in the end it's probably slower. So another thing you just could have noticed, and you will notice a bit further on, is that I didn't get the package. You can get a package from that guy which you can sell for gil. Reason for that is you can basically not buy Phoenix Downs before Dust Tier 1. You would have to run all the way to Nalbana, and that's by far not worth it. So yeah, Rogue Tomato, killing the wolf that's in the way. I should open the notes. Yeah, and then killing Rogue Tomato, it's not really much of a deal. By the way, what we try to do, which we count the wolves already for, is that we need some additional LP. So yeah, pretty bad having to kill 2 wolves. But yeah, I got out safely, and so what we basically want is, I call it 26 optional LP, which is basically everything from here till Dust Tier 2 except Barheim, with very few exceptions. But I will come to that later. Okay, coming back to Dust Tier preparation. Up to Dust Tier 1, we will have 3 Phoenix Downs which are given, and 2 chests that can contain one. One is in that spot I just checked. So the basic part about Dust Tier is that, yeah, I'm actually not sure if 5 Phoenix Downs would be worth it. A 4th one for sure is worth it, because you gain an additional level, which is pretty helpful. So yeah, heading to Giza Plains. I activate the teleport crystal just because it's nice in the way. I'm actually not sure if you have to do it. If you don't have to do it and it's automatically activated, this is just a time loss. Because I haven't completely checked, but I've never seen vanilla any percent runners do so. So yeah, getting Pomelo, and so we unequip Pomelo because we want her equipment to sell anyway, and we want her to die, basically. And I'm taking off one stagger because I won't be fleeing all the time by pressing flee, but just by having the gambit turned off, because we don't have gambits yet. And then the animation for pulling out the dagger should be longer than just the animation for getting ready to fight without a weapon. And most likely when damaging my one down, for Dust Tier 1 I won't need it anyway. So yeah, here in the chest I'm trying to get a dark mode. Dark modes are mostly used for damaging down one for Dustia 2, and for which I need one or two, and if I have some left I can use them for Garuda or the judges fight in the Leviathan. So yeah, also I think unlike in the vanilla version, chests respawn after going out of the screen again. I think in the other version you have to go a few screens away, which I could potentially use to open that chest again. I didn't do it, okay, I'm not sure if I just checked and didn't see any, or I just didn't do it because I already got one and I never got twice. I got two out of them. So yeah, up here in the chest is where I could get a second Phoenix Star. Unfortunately in this run I didn't get any, but this chest is also nice in a way because those two Jimenas damage the characters down quite nice. So yeah, and here I got pretty lucky and got a 2 crystal, which is pretty rare. I think a 2 crystal saves around 30 seconds, while a 4 crystal loses 50 seconds. Nothing much that happens, but yeah. A 2 crystal plus 3 Phoenix Stars means that Dustia, can already tell, will go really well, or the speed itself. Of course, for each Dustia I don't kill in Dustia 1, I have to kill another one in Dustia 2. But that's a minor detail. So yeah, as you can see now I'm not going directly to Dallin and get rid of Penelo, because I want to go back this way anyway, because it's easier to go through instead of somehow through the town. And I get healed when I go there, which is also nicer to have on the way back and not having to touch the save crystal. But yeah, unfortunately the HP hasn't dropped by a lot of Van and Penelo. But yeah, I try to get past them. Penelo kills herself by punching once. And Van punches 3 times. So yeah, flee cancel so I don't combo him to death. Has always worked fine, for me at least here. Yeah, as you could see, turning battle speed to 1 and battle mode to active. Basically what's common for this here, I think. And turning off fast the speed up, because yeah, I don't want to die. So yeah, turning it back on. I think I just cancelled the potion by running out too fast. Yeah, at fast speed I don't want to risk anything with the wolf. But yeah, no dust yet dropped, but yeah, 2 crystals, 3 phoenix downs. Getting the HP down was really good, so hard to beat the split. So yeah, now we run this waterway. Just like normal, we just run through. You will see me almost pick up nothing here, because there are better chests later in Barheim, and we actually don't need as much money for dust here too. Because even so we need more Phoenix Downs. Phoenix Downs on the IZJS version only cost 200 gil instead of 250. And I'm not sure about it, but we also get a lot of fixed money. Okay, here one of the most annoying parts to walk through. The antidote in theory isn't needed, but I want the elixir, and getting that is really rough. So yeah, this has been the easiest way for me to walk through. Of course you could think of skipping the remedy, for which I go back extra, but especially in the still shrine, I would say I needed 80% of the time to mostly heal random occurring zap status on the part before Mateus, and up to that point we can't buy remedies. So yeah, here we call him, have up and left I think it was, on the controller and just run.
Over here!
Okay, here to the right, I think it was, is potentially a... Hey Lord! Is potentially an Orakia armlet, for which I don't know if it's worth going around. But apparently it was also lost in the translation patch. I don't know how, it seems to be the only... It seems to be the only chest that happened to. It doesn't sell for a lot,
Over
but
here.
yeah. Just as a notice, the JP version should have it. Yeah, that, let's say, remaster of Final Fantasy XII would be like the greatest thing they could do. Unfortunately, I don't really believe, because I usually just listen to the numbers, to the selling numbers, and well, I can imagine that Final Fantasy XII didn't sell for a lot, and yeah, they never sold IZJS here, so no numbers about that. So yeah, the stairs were kinda bad. I think the first time you have up and right, and then you're automatically on them. But it's just, yeah. It goes well 80% of the time, at least, and then sometimes it doesn't, but that's just how movement and narrow passages works in this game. So, thanks to me knowing how much LP I want to have, I can finally just run through the first screen. Before I just took this chest and the one to the left there, but you really don't need to. I barely ever had problem with money. Like, the only thing when you don't get any dust yet drop, there's a chest I will later go for. So yeah, changing my gambits a bit. To basically be able to kill everything here. I changed the gambit to eye drops because some things can blind. I just thought that no, I think just throwing manually the potion is faster, because we skip back to antidotes later. And yeah. Throwing potions doesn't take too much time. So the reason I skipped the first, screen is that Fran still has a lot of MP. And yeah, this is what the power of an AoE fire can do. Which doesn't mean that Ash can't troll, which we have to take into consideration for the optional LP.
I shall accompany you until we find my companions. No longer.
And since it's usually hard to keep up, you can just see what kind of chain you kind of kill by killing the plants.
And she'll leave when she pleases. So
Happy New Year, Clear Cardinal.
I doubt we'll find her wanting in valor, being such an
Same,
outstanding
yeah.
member of the insurgents.
It's kind of the PB I want to have at the moment. I can't say that it's still quite improvable, but
Well, what are we waiting for?
at the moment I don't feel like doing it. So yeah, here we can head straight to the flanks because Ash will heal us in time with Cure. Yeah, trying to steal because Ash doesn't deal damage anyway. So why not? Getting another Phoenix down here just because 200 gil for free. Because that one always gives the Phoenix down. So this chest here can contain another dark mode. But yeah, this screen I messed up a bit. I usually just want to run through. And I'm just gonna kill some stuff here. So as you can see, around 300 gil. This chest is actually worth getting picked up. And all we are doing for Fire Main, yeah, turning off Fire Gambit because we don't want to heal him. Yeah, Fire Main the same strat we are used to, trying to lure him into the water and deal as much damage as we can. The difference is that at some point you need to, like at some point it won't be worth it anymore to try to lure him into the water, which I apparently decided is the case now. Because even though you deal double damage in the water, it's like sometimes you can just decide to troll you and go back to the slam space over and over again. But yeah, no major troll, everything went well. I think it's mostly a decent split just with the time save because I skipped killing mobs in the one screen. So yeah, just punching them dead. You can try thinking of other stuff, but I mean the problem is just even if you would have fire on one of them, you would have to reactivate it, and yeah, so the jobs mainly focus. I will get to that just in a few minutes when I give the first 3 jobs. Yeah, but they mainly focus around a segmented run, a very old one, which the videos of don't really work anymore. But that's where I took most inspiration of. Oh, okay, already do it here. So yeah, what I want to have for this part is a healer and a damage dealer. So Fran already can do both, and Van is supposed to become a samurai for the main party later on. So I decide to make Balsier a white mage. Basically because yeah, he has a LP to do it, and like it fits pretty nice. And Fran becomes a hunter because, yeah, she can land Martyr right at the moment. I think it was Martyr, at least right at the moment. So she can get a few MP back. And later on learn some remedy lore. So yeah, changing gambits. Back to basically Fran kills everything. Most of the stuff was fire. Bells here dealing a bit of damage and healing if necessary. And Van getting a slightly better weapon soon. So yeah, as for the chests here, the 2500 guild chest is always the same. 2510. The other two are not. The one on the other side can have a balance mode, which is really nice for getting Van's HP down for Dust Tier 2. Simply because, yeah, it deals the damage of HP difference Van already has. So you can very accurately count down the damage he will take to get him to the sub 10%. So yeah, buying nothing strange here. Weapon for Van, Dark Spell for later. Which we will only use in 2 fights, mainly Garuda and the Self Gambit. Which unfortunately, I think in IZJS you won't find any gambits and chests.
Hey, who turned out the lights? One of those?
I've heard of these. Mimics. They disguise themselves as all manner of things, then strike when you're least wary. Some of them have a fondness for energy, I'm told. They gorge themselves on the stuff till there's naught left.
So, what happens then?
Lights out, and it's worse in the dark. Much worse. So, let them get too close to one of those conduits, and they'll suck it dry. But don't worry, it'll give the energy back if you ask nicely. Sticking it with a sword helps too. Clock's ticking.
So yeah, basically moving up to that spider, so Fran most certainly does AoE damage with her fire to all of them. And just killing everything that comes towards us. Checking here, to the place, if there would be a chest, there would be a good chance for Phoenix down in it. So yeah, in this screen we just charge through, because the chests are bad, and it's just annoying to fight stuff here, and unnecessary. As for this mimic, I don't know if you can just run right and kill him later, but I just got used to do it this way. And I don't want any unnecessary extra enemies. So yeah, as you can see, Fran was going to run out of MP in this floor. So I just use an extra ether, so she can just kill everything here again. Okay, since I didn't get any single dust drop, I'm going here to this optional flan and the chest here, which contains a mage measure which helps making up for that deficit. Morning, Big. Happy 2016. So yeah, charging through the first floor again and here, basically collecting everything. Usually by killing these mimics, I check on the other side where there can be a chest with an iron hammer, just to know if I can go there and get this chest here. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a while since I've streamed. So yeah, unfortunately no useful chest here. Especially the first one which appeared can be interesting because it can drop a cherry stack. And yeah, which helps buffing the arrow damage in some fights later, but it's not good enough that I would buy it because it would be the only item to buy in that shop. So yeah, the last spiders were also optional. Touching the save crystal, it's necessary with 3 phoenix downs. I'm not sure if it needs to be done with 4. Like ever. Earlier the note said to touch the other save crystal before, where we had the cutscene. But actually it might be possible to not even do that. So yes, you can see here, for an attacking from casting fire basically to also kill the small ones she may spawn. And by here curing everything if necessary. Oh yeah, what I forgot to mention, so the difference between 3 and 4 Destias is that if you only have 3, you want to give one the Orachea armlet you get, just to be sure that he survives this fight.
To think Dalmascan air could taste so sweet.
Where are we?
The Estes Sand, by the look of it. Let's back to Ravenasta before we shrivel up. By your leave, Captain.
Yes, the hour of my return is already over late. The people may hate me, but that does not free me of my charge.
So yeah, I've talked a bit about kind of optional LP. So this is the last part where you would actually get some. If you just kill everything on the way, you should always be fine, like if you didn't count properly or anything. Or just want to be safe. Killing stuff here doesn't take too long. As you can see, one just charges for one, the rest kills them off, and the charging usually already happens when you walk towards them. That being said, at the Leviathan I'm always somehow ahead on LP, but later on it will turn out that it isn't too bad. So yeah, small menu, turning battle speed to 2 because for the Dustia farming and removing Dossiers and France equipment, and changing Vance gambits. So yeah, what you do differently, if you had 4 Phoenix Downs, you sell, yeah, you just take off the Kotetsu. If you only have 3, you only take off the Orakia armlet again and need the Kotetsu to get his HP down. So yeah, as you can see, I could have afforded up to 60 Phoenix Downs. I need 52, so the kill was more than fine. So yeah, damaging down. If you got 3 Phoenix Downs, you use a Dark Mode and attack yourself twice. If you got 4, you can actually just use 2 Dark Modes or a Dark in the Balance mode. Unequipping the weapon because I feel like that's better. I'm not exactly sure. So yeah, basically battle speed 2 because on 3 I have been ducked, which means death. This does tier spot because hey me's, because I was obviously too bad to use the other one. Maybe there will be a point where this should be tried out, but yeah. As long as this worked. And yeah, basically since what usually the aim for is 40 books and 1 flame staff, I just go on full speed until chain level 3 and then turn down the speed up and collect drops. Hey Muntiak, Happy New Year! Wow, Mies, seriously. No problem, Big. I'm already surprised that you are still awake. As for more streams, I can't promise too much, but I hope I will at least stream tomorrow again. I have something in mind which I want to do. So yeah, the grinding in the speed up is basically not too hard because you can't move while throwing the Phoenix down, so while throwing it you just hold down and don't really have a problem about despawning it. As long as it isn't in your way, but yeah. you have enough time to manage going around. While PB goal is a bit, I mean, you always see more that's possible, but the general goal at first has been sub 5. But there's still a lot more possible. Well, a lot I'm not sure, but there's still room for improvement. Especially since I've been the only one working on this route for now, and yeah, there's a lot about the speedrun I don't know. Which some any percent runners could probably easily tell me if they had a look over it. Yeah, casually playthroughs already, I would say lose time, but take more time because you have to find out stuff. Maybe want to see what's going on, want to read stuff. Like that's always already a reason why speedruns are so much faster. Because you know where to go, what to do, and skip every part of the story as fast as possible. So yeah, as a side note, as long as you don't collect any drops, your chain rate level goes one up after 6 to 2 kills. Usually, I have heard stories about Skate needing 11 to get a chain level up on IZJS, but sorry Skate, your bad luck is really unbeatable. So yeah, already expecting that it would go up here, turning down the battle speed and collecting drops, and basically counting up to, like I said, 40 books and 1 flame staff, which is not too easy because if you get books and flame staffs, you will basically never see the staves. They will always be hidden. And yes, something like 10 hidden flame staves can happen. Okay, if you were casually in the Pharos Subterra, I can understand that. These guys are ridiculously strong. Yeah, me. Casual Juffy warping all day. So yeah, this time I haven't completely paid attention, but the drops have been quite nice. I mean, out of 7 drops I have at least seen 4, 4 and 3 or something like that. And now the first heal. I have to be honest, at the moment I'm more thinking of dealing damage on the other screen. But I'm just not sure about that. Simply because Dustia's spawning point can be pretty weird sometimes. I'm the only runner of this game, so yeah. That kind of kills the question, I guess, about world record. Like, I really hope for competition, but I also know that at the same time, for example, playing this game on emulator and streaming, if I do that I lose 10 to 20 minutes. I'm not sure, probably more 20. Which is also a reason why, yeah. At the day I did this, I just felt like doing an offline run. Simply because this game on PlayStation 2 emulator really takes all your resources. So yeah, there was a flame stave, which was pretty nice because, like I said, you rarely see them. And I mean, at least you could buy them at Jahara. And not and unlike the vanilla version, don't have to go to Mount Beramises to buy one, but they cost, I think, 2,500, so you would need an additional 5 books. Alright, Munchak. See ya. So yeah, once I have the amount I need, I would gladly, or I will take, turn the battle, the fast mode back on. I know that I have been at 39 for quite some last years and thought about just say screw it, but the time has been so nice compared to that PB that I just took it safe. So yeah, now that I had everything I needed, I just turned fast speed back on, and by that saved some additional time in the Dustia farming. I never actually timed how much time it saves, Please, Mies. Getting Final Fantasy VIII World Record is serious business. And I just never get the RNG luck I need. And to be honest, Final Fantasy VIII just doesn't have the... It has too few RNG later on. Like the first... Like up to cards, it's RNG, and yes, I still wouldn't do Christus card manipulation for on PC. But after that it's mainly mashing, execution, like there's almost no RNG involved. Which is a bit of a bummer to me. So yeah, saving some nice chunk of time because I was able to turn the speed back on. And yeah, in case I didn't mention, the goal is level 21, which is usually done by using 50 to 52 Phoenix Stones, depending on how many have been used at Dust Tier 1. The reason I wouldn't do early Quistis is just because you lose, I think, 10 seconds to the extra talking. You have dialogue with Cypher, Fujin and Raijin. And a card game takes 31 seconds. First and second try Quistis isn't too rare, and there are some cards like Tonberry King which easily can make up those 21 seconds, I think. Well, to me it's just basically 7.5 hours of mashing, which to be honest is kind of boring. Big, don't talk about Mega Man 2, please. I just tried downloading Waldo yesterday and the ROM didn't work. Which is pretty sad. RIP Waldo. Well, I know that most FF runs are at some point mostly execution based, except FF9, but FF9 RNG is mostly encounter RNG, which you can't change anything anyway. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, being honest, I could easily shave off 2 or 3 minutes of my FF8 PB, because my PB is really, really bad. But getting to the top 3 would require some good early game RNG, which I don't want to grind. And if I continue speedrunning during the year, I probably will have to look out for speedruns that aren't longer than 6 hours. Which I think is roughly my border for yeah, speedruns I can endure good and not feel like dead the whole day afterwards. So yeah, what you could also have seen here was me taking a bit of distance between me and the place Balseer would spawn. Because what I've seen, if you stand too close to the NPC you want to spawn, it just won't spawn. It just won't appear. Yeah, I really wanted to try Waldo out. Even though I have to admit, watching you guys, I don't know what to look for actually. But playing yourself usually helps with that. So yeah, trading Barn with Barsh here simply because Barsh has better equipment and it makes fleeing a lot easier. But nothing else is really needed. Yeah, I saw, and I think he even said that he lost like had a 303 disc 1. But I mean, I'm not too surprised. He did one attempt and got the time already, I think. At least it was the only full game run. I mean, it's just like me with most of my PBs. Since I don't run most of my games too much, many PBs would be kind of easily beatable if I would do a few attempts. But of course, blue smashing is also really strong, so it will be really hard for everyone like to actually beat him in a long time, because if someone takes his world record or gets even close, then he will try to take it. So yes, this is another chest you can go for, which contains a gravity mode or an assassin's dagger.
Hey, wait up!
The assassin's dagger sells for quite some nice amount of money. And yes, the gravity mode can be used on the, I call them random judges, just as an AoE spell, dealing some damage. To be honest, I think a 724 is better. Oh, well, it's hard to say. 724 only has 2 cards. But I think the strats are a lot more optimized. And personally think the 829 has a lot of strats which could be better. Which he is finally working on. After some criticism and Aramanyu putting some work in it. So yeah, seeing Barsh is relatively low on HP, but I think he's always has never ended up at less HP, so nothing to really be afraid of.
Marquis Andor announced my execution 2 years ago. If news of my survival were to spread, the Marquis may find his position compromised.
The FF8 PC run was
The
still
men
with
he's been
Zodiac.
funding bear little love for the Empire. They won't be thrilled to discover that rumors of your death were, in fact, greatly exaggerated. If we were to raise a clamor to that effect, we might just get their attention.
Nothing to it. I'll just go around town spreading the word. How about this? I'm Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg of Dalmasca.
Like,
Well,
I'm not sure how
what
it
do
is
you
on
think?
PC. For a long time,
That
Albert and me
certainly
were the only
qualifies
ones
as
who
a
really
clamor.
went zealous.
All right, Vaughn, get to it. For the
I think the
girls'
people
sake,
are
eh?
slowly
Oh,
getting
and the
there.
more people around to witness your little performance, the better. If we're going to reach the Marquis,
But the
it's
way
up to you.
strats are
We'll be
behaving
waiting
and
here if you need
going
us.
around in Final Fantasy VIII is a bit weird. So yeah, this nice and little mini game. I think it's basically the same as in the vanilla any percent. You run over there, call this guy. You can go a bit further up ahead and try to get those random people up, still up there. And then, yeah, nice, I actually got two. Both these guys running up there and finishing. Yeah, of course 1-1 will always be the fastest, but I mean, let's be real. Even if you manipulate Krista's cards, it's 10% for their card, it's just... to me, not worth it. Hey Harvey, Happy New Year! And don't worry, the run already happened a bit over a month ago. I just didn't find the time or mood to restream it. Yeah, the basic rule is that Krista's card has a 30% chance and the Zell card has a 10% chance. Which originally left 1-1 cards at 3%. And yeah. Harvey, I already said last one, yeah, set 5 is possible. About the move of the speedrun leaderboards to speedrun.com. To be honest, I think it went a bit weird. I haven't been inside it, but from what I can see, like some of the speedrun.com leaderboards certainly weren't involved. Final Fantasy XII being one of them. Like, this one will certainly have no platform anymore to be put in, as far as it seems. Like by itself, I like the idea, since the old speedrun leaderboards was basically Chuck, who hasn't been there in the last month or so, I think. So it will be easier to submit your runs, but some runs get lost, and it appears as if some categories will die automatically. At least as long as the new moderators don't insert the old like non-competitive category again. Which like is something that has probably not been spoken of. So yeah, running through here, getting a reflector mode, which we will need for the Vossler fight. Yeah, and basically turning the gambits off. In general, turning the gambits off is just because I can run away without pressing fleeing, so I can also pick up chests at that time. Yeah, but some speedrun.com leaderboards were just treated as secondary and not taken that much care of. So yeah, just getting Van and Fran inside. Fran's task is basically curing all the time. And Van's task is to throw modes. Basically the gravity mode, which we just got, and the Eroga mode, which I think we get from Vossler when he joins the party here. Basically we will see that whenever a guest joins the party, he gives us some kind of item, I think. I'm not sure about Amalia to be honest. But yeah, with the help of those modes, The fight goes pretty easily. And saving another minute simply because... I think mostly because I took out a small licensing menu. So yeah, Gambit's off again, taking the other two out of the party because we have to flee through the Leviathan again. Getting Ash, and yeah, just running away. Because basically the only thing we could potentially need is a cherry staff, and I mean, needing another round of arrow to kill an enemy doesn't take too long in IZJS. Yeah, like I said, I have no clue who was talked with in the decision to move to speedrun.com. I'm a bit surprised since Ceres was kind of mod in Final Fantasy VII now in speedrun.com, and the old one, but yeah, Final Fantasy VII was almost all run. So yeah, the timing when you want to collect the reflect gamut doesn't really matter, but looking at how many soldiers were there, I'll probably always do it this way. And now time for a pretty big menu. Penelope Bush becoming a knight. Why do I do it this way around? Yeah, Bush becoming a knight, Ash a red mage, and Penelope a black mage. Basic reason, Penelope black mage because I want to one-shot jellies, and the other two because they are a part of the setup for the final party, or the party we will go with for after jellies. And unfortunately black mages are the only ones that can carry staves. So yeah, also as for the emulator, this part tends to lag a lot. I have, to be honest, no clue why, especially in this screen where there shouldn't be any enemies, but yeah. Yeah, what's basically done here is teaching the magics we will use soon, and the armor we will buy right before the Tomb of Race War. Oh yeah, and Barsh getting some gambit slots for Demon Spore. Hey Shadow! thanks for the good luck, but not today. Today it's a restream. Hopefully tomorrow again. So yeah, not much happening in terms of gambits. Ash just casting heal whenever she doesn't know enemy is around, and else, yeah. Ash casting fire, dark Penelo fire, and Bash attacking a bit. Small difference compared to the any percent. Here we turn around and just kill them. Plus one set of spells. Mostly because I think because Penelo has no armor and she can actually die. At least I think that's what happened. Yeah, so. And only losing 1 second was doing a bit more of manuing. It's still a pretty good split. So yeah, another part of just running away coming up. The reason why Ashes also gambits are turned off is because Bash might die, and then Ashes going to be coming in.
So, where exactly is Wraithwall's tomb?
Far to the west. We must first cross Yogir Yensa, and beyond that the Nam Yensa, before we reach the tomb. An expanse of desert larger still than all of Delmasca. We must pace ourselves. If you grow tired, we stop and take rest.
You don't have to worry about me. I'm tougher than I look.
You are at that.
So yeah, as I mentioned, Bash might die, but fortunately there's another thing that changed in the IZJS version, which is we can control our guests, and we can actually also walk with them. Which means we just take Vosled, turn his gambits off, and run with him, because he can tank quite a lot more. And yeah, usually the person that runs in front gets the most aggro. Running up here to get a golden amulet. Which also, unlike the vanilla version, golden amulets can't be purchased in this game. But there are quite a few opportunities to get one. But out of the early ones, this is like the only one. Especially for the speedrun, so yeah. Fosler being put to sleep, so we have to change to Bash, and touching the save crystal just because Bash took too much damage. Which is optional, and maybe throwing a high potion is better, but at least when I use the teleport crystal I don't just hit down 3 times or stuff, but always check where I am with my cursor. Maybe for the latest improvements this would be an idea. So yeah, on a side note, on the next screen on the path up to the screen it takes around 40 seconds to get an embroidered tippet, which doubles the experience you get. It's an accessory on the person that wears it, and I'm actually glad that this run made it, because of that I know that I won't need it. So yeah, buying some spells and equipment, gold needle alarm clocks, and echo herbs, but I think yeah, basically this, just like the gambits, is because Demon's Wall can inflict blindness, silence and sleep. And Bash is supposed to be the one that cures it. Because if it doesn't happen, then he might just die. Or better said, the whole run may rip. That has happened. And it's pretty sad. So yeah, adding this up with a high potion gambit for very certain fights, in which the mages are supposed to deal damage. Okay. My notes say echo herbs and my run says gold needle. GG me, I guess. But I think Demon's Wall inflicts silence. So yeah, Penelo changing to arrow, Barsh throwing an additional dark mode, which we still had left. And yeah, just hoping that Barsh survives. So yeah, turning high potions off and switching to arrow. I need to think about something, maybe when to do that menu. It's a bit annoying, since they are always casting stuff. You can change them out, which yeah. So probably the first thing to do is running to the crystal and then do both.
Fight or run? We better decide fast.
Because basically this Demon's Wall can inflict status effects which you don't want to have on your main party. And in theory, you run faster when you only run with one person instead of 3. But that's something that is barely used, to be honest. So yeah, Demon's Wall is also a bit annoying because he can use Telega, which removes one person from the fight. And the idea is to use the shock mode we get from Vorsla joining again. To use it if we have a cherry stave after 3 rounds of arrow, if we don't have one after 4, to skip that. To be honest, I'm not sure if the person that has been exiled gets LP, but I would guess not. What also can happen is that Demon's Wall casts a null, which removes all NP from a target. If that happens, in this part we will just turn off the gambit of Ash or Panello if it's one of them. So just by running around in this place, they get enough MP for the Belias fight. So if instead of taking the door we go a bit further ahead, we would find Vanish, which is a status effect I have never truly understood in this game. If it could be ever useful, I would be interested, but yeah, we have to go here anyway for the haste mode. And on the other side we take the upper part. I think these are also the shorter parts, but we get kind of forced to go here anyway because of the items of the haste mode and the dispel. Which will help greatly in this one. Yeah, so the reason I don't flee and just run through here is just so that Ash and Panello can kill stuff on the way and get some free LP. Even so, to be honest, it endangers Barsh of actually dying here. But I'm not sure anymore how dangerous it really is. At least this time it looks pretty fine. Okay, Belias. So first we turn the gambits back on and change to water. Simply because Belias is weak to water. And just for extra gil, further up ahead there would be a blood sword, which also gives quite a nice amount of gil. But since I already have enough, I forgot to mention you need, after the menu in front of the Tomb of Racewall, as safety. If you have 6,000 gil left, then everything is fine. So yeah, here everything goes so fast. Since when he casts Viraja, he also gets Protect and Shell, we throw a Dispel mode and just dispel them. And also since in Valheim, in one of the chests we can find a water mode, we use it here towards the end. So yeah, 130 Belias, definitely a nice time. And definitely shows how crazy IZJS can go. So yes, I just now see it. I said that Van Ash and Barsh would be the final three, but at the moment Van is pretty much useless, and Penelo with her magic deals a really nice amount of damage, so at this point I'm using her. So coming up one of my less favorite bosses, and as I see that I should probably turn off Ash's and Penelo's gambits before, so I don't have to ATB reset during the fight. So yeah, the basic idea of the fight, throwing a reflect gamut with Barsh, which we also put here, and afterwards turning the gambits back on. If we have it at the same time, the reflect gamut isn't fast enough, and the arrow actually hits them too. And yeah, reason for not casting it directly is because he has reflect on himself. But in general, if you don't mess it up, it's pretty chill. Because the damage output is just way too high for him to actually get into enrage and go ham on our characters.
The Gareth are said to dwell in Kirwan.
So they do. We'll need to head south, past the Giza Plains.
It is the range now in Giza. The wadis will be swollen with the deluge. Passage may be difficult.
But
Okay,
those
be
same
right back.
waters may also lay open new routes to us.
Regardless, we must go south, yes?
First things first. You're eager to be on your way, I know. But we should see that we're prepared before setting out.
I made my resolve 2 years ago. I swore to overcome any hardship I may face.
Man cannot live by resolve alone, Princess.
So yeah, what you see here is basically the worst chocobo riding in the game. Like, at least to me, it actually took practice to get to Jahara in time on the chocobo. But at the same time, with a bit of practice, it's not too hard to at least achieve that. Optimal movement is still a dream. So yeah, Jahara. Basically not much interesting here. Actually talked to the wrong person, but yeah, the only interesting thing is that if you actually don't have a flame staff, you could buy one here in the shop. So here, Eroid Village, not too much happening. On a small side note, in a chest here in the next screen, there is haste. Unfortunately, only the time mage can cast it, so not much we can do about it. Hey Rinza, Happy New Year. So yeah, small shopping and gambit and menu to get ready for jellies. with the amount of gil we have left. Basically getting 3 armors for the 3 persons which will be at the jellies, getting Fyra, 11 salts and 11 antidotes, just to cure the status effects. Turning battle speed to fastest, just because we also even have to kill the bats and the landmines, because they would deal too much damage if we would let them live. So yeah, for Penelo what's important is if you have 160 or more LP, you can teach her the magic law up there. To be honest, so I have never checked if that is in any way useful, or if she just kills everything regardless. I'm not sure about the bats, to be honest. Hey Holy! Yeah, sometimes I do stream. I didn't stream in December, but yeah. Bloody Twitch, just removing me. Incredible. So yeah, basically Penelo and Ash casting Fyra on everything they come across, and Van healing the status effects and reviving at jellies. And Lhasa just curing every time. The reason for cure instead of cura is that cure in general heals enough, and the animation for cure is a lot shorter. Like, I have died with characters at jellies just because the cure animation didn't go off. So yeah, porting back to Jahara just because it's faster. And yeah, since we already got everything for jellies, we will do jellies before Tiamat, simply because, yeah, we have everything we need, we can do it without a problem. And just being stronger won't hurt at Tiamat. And this way we don't have to get the third teleport stone from Tomash for beating Rogue Tomato. So yeah, at first here I had the problem that Penelo always ran out of MP and people were dying, but just going ahead with Penelo and killing everything kind of removed that problem for me. Or those problems at the same time. I like to get drops anyway, but these guys also can drop ice shields, which I like to have one anyway. If not, I would pick up one at the Miriam Still Shrine. And if not, it's just a bit of extra gil. Yeah, I just realized I said, well, there are still some NP problems with Penelo. But yeah, basically here we ran past because screw that dinosaur. We could kill it, but it just takes too long. And I think looking at my... oh god. So yeah, depending on how jellies go, the first round could become a bit of an MP problem for Penelo. If you have an ESO left, you can just use it here. Trading Barsh for Van. And basically menuing to give Van some extra HP and Barsh the golden amulet which Van had up to this point. So what we want to check for LP is that Van has actually 67 LP, and after the jellies 2 rounds of jellies, which are usually 6 rounds each, we want 250. So we want 287 LP total, which isn't too bad since we usually get 100 per jelly round. So as you can see, my goal is to not collect anything in the first round, so in the second we are almost certainly at chain level 3. And then get a lot of drops. I personally have been, at least here, have had very nice good experience if I got it. If you get confused and then take stuff, it can... like, it doesn't always work, but when it works... Like, another reason for not doing 7 rounds is that I think the chance for actually getting more than 99 after 7 rounds is not too bad. It's not too bad. Still, if you are low on LP somewhere on some person because he died a lot, or want to be sure for gil, I think a 7th round of jellies somewhere wouldn't be too bad. Just for safety. It usually works with LP and gil, but it's pretty tight. So yeah, now Van's job is basically pick up the drops, hope for some heals, which are also helpful for the characters. Also a reason why I want to have chain level 3. So I can just collect all stuff and heal my party with them. yeah, apparently I didn't completely turn my notes already, so I was like, I think when I did the run I wanted to do around 107 LP per round, which is why I just killed a few bats also. But 97 usually is about average. The numbers I've had have been between 90 and 110. So yeah, going back to Eroid to buy what we didn't have enough money for last time. 67, a bit low on liquids, but not a problem yet. So yeah, buying magic gloves, which will be for Slit, and Nishijin belt, which will be for Mateus and Mandy's. And time for round 2. So yeah, I mentioned doing an extra jelly round. Jelly rounds are quite easy to calculate. One jelly round takes around 1 minute. Running, killing them and collecting the drops. So yeah, that happened because I fell behind on LP. And just decided that I had to kill some more. So yeah, and here I accidentally got a drop. In that case I just wait until everything is killed and collect everything. Fortunately this time I already at least got chain level 2, which was really lucky. So yeah, the reason I know some runners that, or at least I know of Zero Scar that just collects from the first round if he gets to chain level 2. The reason I basically don't like to do it if possible is that it's completely random when you get to chain level 3. Like I think I've seen way too many tries that just, I don't know, where it took up to 90 kills to get there. Hey Koro skating dream. Happy New Year. So yeah, 95. Again a bit low, but at least from what I counted earlier, it's already fine. Hey Serpent. So yeah, and now we take a detour to the Mosphoron Highways to basically get 2 items, which will carry us through a long time of the game. But first off, some licensing, which we can finally do thanks to the Jellies LP. So the first item we are gonna get is the arm guard, which is an accessory that gives the wearer the berserk status, which does a few neat things, but basically it raises the damage of the character. And that chest also spawns at least 100% of the time. The second is the Kikuichi Monshi, which is a katana for one that is kind of overpowered for this part of the game. You could, I think, later buy it at Phone Coast. So around almost 50 minutes later. The problem is that, I'm not sure if there's a rare drop, but the chest spawns 75% of with a 75% chance and has 60% chance to drop something. Yeah, first try Kikuichi Monshi will always be fastest, I would say. You could probably route it out, but I am simply too scared because of Bergen. In case you were wondering why it turns the gambits off here, this fire elemental is basically the reason, because you don't want it to be mad. It will just drag you horribly. So yeah, unfortunately, like, I don't know how long. I know there's chest manipulation, there's a program with which you can manipulate the chest. I'm not sure how long that would take. Each attempt here takes 21 seconds or something like that. At least if there is a treasure chest. I'm not sure how chest manipulation would relate to trying. Simply because I haven't really gotten involved with that program. But I think you could, in that way, basically by casting Cure, manipulate a certain amount of times, manipulate this chest to have the Kikuichi Monji. So yeah, and unfortunately having to turn the gambits again on because these stupid wolves came back. Oh yeah, and because Fun, the fire elemental, also got angry. Like, this is by far one of the worst DML splits. As you can see, my gold split is already going there. Which was an online first try. Like, maybe lost 10 to 15 seconds to streaming, but it was still first try, so... And the split still contains of equipping some stuff, changing the party and killing Tiamat. So yeah, now I finally found it. Based RNG. Like I said, so basically I think with chess manipulation it would have at least have been faster than this. But in the end, if it would be like using it instead of 10th try, like, I don't know if it would be worth it. So yeah, now we are changing to our future main party. For the Tiamat fight, which basically includes Bosch and Van just hitting him over and over again, and Ash using Fire. And since Tiamat can cast Reflect on himself, also using Dispel to remove it in case he puts it on. So yeah, and here I hopefully, yeah, see now that I forgot to turn the display on. No, I now saw it. Which is why my characters just got killed over and over again, because, yeah. Ash's fire just got reflected for 800 damage. Fun times. So yeah, Bash has a zap effect, but after the fight all characters get healed, so it's not necessary to cure it. So here's one of, I think, 4 places where we use a float mode. If actually we don't have enough, then this is one of the 2 places where it's easily skippable. Or more easily. Because it's just a trap, like 2 steps ahead of the entrance of the Feywood. Which you could just bypass by taking out 2 characters, moving past and getting them back in. Which of course loses a bit of time, but yeah. Not as bad as some other parts. Okay, so hopefully when optimizing Barsh and Albino, we saw if we got a ice shield drop or not. If not, then we can just get this one here. If we got it, we can just run further up. Junction, equip it. I'm not even sure if it's completely needed, but that's for another time. Change to eye drops, because some enemies here can inflict blind. And yeah, attacking with Ash, as well as turning Van's attack to lowest HP, which it's better to kill stuff at once. It is helpful for Matthäus and XII, because we first want to kill the small stuff, the small things around it, and Manny's of course, for just securing kills. It is actually annoying for XII, because XII always has less HP than Femfred. So yeah, one thing that's annoying for, in terms of high speed and fleeing, as you can see, we always, when you flee, you always turn with the camera to what you are aiming for, so we always first turn around 180 degrees there. And you could see why I like to have a remedy, because that zaps that happens there would be really annoying if we couldn't heal it. So yeah, basic rule for the still shrine. These stone things are just annoying, don't give anything and take a long time. These dragons which are there just are not only there in the screen and are really dangerous. And we kill almost everything else because it's free and really easy to get LP. Or mostly in the screen it's a bit different. These guys are nice because they also give some experience. And now we basically charge through, turn Van's gambits off, because yeah, we have to actually talk to the sword into the waypoint. Which is really annoying to do if you have your gambits on. Turn him back on to kill all the bats. So up there is a ruby ring, but I mean, if you feel really low on guild, you can just get it for the 4000 guild gifts, but it's not needed in the speedrun. Since we won't have reflect on everyone anyway, and there's only one enemy left, which we will kill with magic. And for that we will get another reflector mode. So yeah, killing all zombies, hoping that no one steps on the trap sets here. I hope that it's just a damage trap. It can also be a petrifying trap, and then you have to cure status effect. Okay, apparently I also need to go this way. Going the right way around, you meet 2 zombies, so left way you meet 4. And an awesome statue which we have to move twice. But at least if the odds for the position of the statues is always the same, that's not too uncommon. Unlike one test play where I had like all 3 facing the completely wrong direction. So yeah, coming up is Venus Girl, but he is completely free. As you can see. Just hit him a bit and he is down already. Picking up the Sage Ring, which is a really important item since it halves the damage cost. And since Ash will be casting Cura a lot, having it cost 13 instead of 26 is really helpful. So yeah, Matthias, a small menu, mainly Nishijin belt, so Ash can be slapped, and Cura, which we need for Bergen. And we check if Barsh's LP, he has 140 now, if he has 131 or more, everything is fine. For the phone coast menu. If we have less, then we need to come up with them. So yeah, basic strat, Bash and Van kill everything. Ash runs around. Since Ash and Van and Bash are always in combat, if they get slapped it's not a problem, they get attacked again. If Ash is put to sleep it can be really annoying, since she can just sleep forever, which is why we have the Nishijin belt, which makes her immune to that. small annoyance of this fight, it should be Blizzarda here, which can inflict zap. And we don't have anything to heal zap, so as long as we try to get out of this dungeon, so out of the still shrine, Ash will try to heal the zap person all the time. And it can, this time it's only one, which is fine. But it can be like 2 or 3 people. I don't think I had 3 yet, but I definitely had 2. But yeah, besides the annoyance of zaps, this is pretty easy. What you can do here is pick up now on the right side is a bubble mode, which for the final fight could be interesting. Just because people could survive attacks for the duration they have the bubble status in. Which is not necessarily needed, but helpful. So yeah, since I have enough LP, I can just run through here and don't need to think about grinding LP. Which, especially because of the zap status, is pretty fortunate. But regrinding LP also doesn't take too long. I had an attempt where I was 20 LP off and I think it cost me 30 seconds. And like these bats, for example, you can just kill them anyway. So yeah, even though my PB was deathless, since I was 5 minutes ahead, I started saving again in the run, because coming up next is the first really annoying boss. If there was a 6 haste gun mode, I would probably use it here. Even though it's a bit annoying because you would have to use it mid-fight because it wouldn't last till the end. But Bergen can definitely be a troll. Just for reference, my 509-59 has like a really clutch Bergen, which was close to ripping. So yeah, basic stretch, run down with Swan. Turn on, scam it. I'm not sure why it's off, it shouldn't be off. Run down to the 3 soldiers, take control of Ash and hide with her. Ash spams Kira and gets a dispel in, and then you just hope that while enraged, Bergen doesn't decide to combo your characters to death. But yeah, this time everything went well. And I'll be right back.
How do you propose we reach Arcades? 'Cause Arcadia's borders will be well guarded for fear of Rosarian invasion. We dare not approach by air.
And their navy will see that the coast is watched as well. No, we go afoot. We'll cross into Arcadia in the Salica Wood. We can reach the wood any number of ways, but the easiest is to head north from Nalbina.
There's a hunter's camp just beyond the Salica Wood. The camp sits within Arcadia's borders, so Imperial patrols there should be sparse.
Getting that far should be half the fun. Let's be sure we go prepared.
So yeah, next stop phone calls, basically running through the highways, using Zappa Pass because what I think in the end it's just that I think it was just a berserk trap, but taking the time to use a float mode to get through the lower pass wouldn't be worth it. So here in the Salica Woods we just kill pumpkins. Well, they are called pumpkin heads. They are easy LP, they are planned, and running away from them just doesn't work as nice as you might imagine. I tried, it was horrible. So hitting that Mughal boss with high speed, it isn't always easy. But at least to me it's better to just keep the high speed on all the time instead of just turning it down for the short time to talk to him and then turning it back on, even though that might be better. Octophone Coast, another big menu, or bigger menu is coming up. With shopping and stuff, and yeah. Here it will be really nice to see if we have enough LP, because then Bash will be able to equip his new weapon. If not, everything will go a little bit weird. And 64 liquids again. I would say these numbers are pretty average. I can't recall having guild problems, but it's not like I'm not like swimming in Gil either. So getting some remedies and other stuff, and teaching our people stuff. So one basically armor and arm guard. Since Bash will get the golden amulet back, one will get the arm guard to actually deal extra damage. Balthier will get Belias just because we need an S-spawn someone. And the way for Balthier to get there is not too long. So, as much as our classes are useful in dealing damage and tanking, unfortunately none of them have remedy laws. So if we get status effects like that, virus, the only person to actually heal them will be Fran, who will learn Remedy Law 1 and 3 here. Remedy Law is useless stuff anyway, like oil. I'm not sure. Could be confused. So yeah, but in this run LP was fine. Bash even has 11 LP left. And yeah, another change I did to the route, which I found out here, is that Ash needs the Sage String in the upcoming part. There's just no way around it. But yeah, when I did the run I thought it would be possible. So coming up next is the last grind I will do in this game, on this run, which is mostly for experience it seems like, but yeah, I just take experience and LP as I can. And the kill is also helpful, even though it doesn't hurt too much if you just don't take every drop that's maybe in the way. And for that we will just kill stuff in the cheetah uplands, basically because most of them give quite a nice amount of experience for not too much work. So I've struggled a lot with how much should I grind here. But basically the goal is roughly to get Bash to level 30, which equals to 120 LP. So since counting to 100 is a bit annoying, what can be done to recheck is just check Bash's LP. since Barsh is almost always close to 0 LP after the last menu, you can just check if he is close to 240. So as for this area, preferred enemies are snakes and frogs, I think. The coils, or how they are called, don't give too much experience, but once they are there, it's not. We shouldn't run away. The Seeks The Seeks actually are a bit annoying. They spawn kinda randomly and can berserk members. Which is nice, it is to have one member berserk. The second one is a bit annoying, since berserk party members can't move. The basic route we will take for the grinding in this part is just take a complete extra round through the whole uplands. Mainly also because we need to ditch the mid part, because there are Marlboros and they can just inflict too many status effects. In which case, when that happens, we just, mostly because that is part of the Turn of Ashes gambit, change her, get infirm, let us throw a remedy, change back, and turn Ashes gambits back on. Which is a serious waste of time. But yeah, the cheetah plants also have kind of 3 snake nests. We had one earlier, this is the second one, where you mostly have a lot of snakes at one place. Which of course is very preferable. And this is what I was talking about. One has there, because Ash's gambits tell her to Q every time, we have to turn the gambit off, get Fern in, and turn the gambit back on, which I have forgotten quite sometimes. Oh yeah, so here, because I went... So because I was too close to the wall, I kind of got lost, and instead of taking the lower part, I think I'm on it. I had the same thoughts during the run. But all I can say is this is not the preferred route. Usually you want to take the lower route because there are more frogs and stuff. and not so many Marlboros. But yeah, since I kind of took a shortcut, I now have to kill everything that's here. And go back to the crystal because my MP on Ash are rather low. So talking about snake nests, this is actually the third where you just have a lot of snakes, which even if you are through with the grinding or already have them, it's not too bad to just kill them and get the experience here. Because as surprising as it is, the few stats you get by leveling up, which is like 40 to 50 HP and maybe one of the other stats, it really helps a lot. So here making Bash ready for the status effects of the menus, except that in case of silence only Ash will hear herself, and Antidote is just not important enough to hear. I also had a split there, such an entrance, just to have a time for the grind, but I took it out mainly because depending on if you want to save or not, you do the menu before saving or before menus, so it kind of messes with the split too much. So yeah, basic strat for menus, take Bash and chase Van. Like the only time menus can become dangerous is when you take a long time to kill them, and they have an ability called, I think, Mystery Walls, in which they raise their level, and there will be the point where you can't even hit them anymore. But for that to happen, basically your characters have to be put to sleep. Which is why Bash has an Shijin belt to be immune to that. Hey Maddox, Happy New Year. So yeah, the fight was a bit annoying, but I think with exactly knowing how the where the grind has to go, I saved a bit of time. So yeah, if anyone is interested in doing the money management, you could probably calculate when you don't have to get that chest, but at least with my not better than average liquid drop, it was definitely the right decision to get it. So yeah, using a float mode again because at the start of the screen is a trap. Killing these guys is not too bad, since they also give some nice experience. So coming up next is Ahriman. Ahriman is actually a bit tricky and RNG heavy. The only thing that can really go wrong is him using Phantasmal Gaze and confusing all three of my characters, and they hit themselves to death. What you can do against confusion? First thing would be equip a bowline sash, which is basically out of order because it would take another 7 PRP or something like that, which is not worth it. Being Berserked, because Berserk characters, besides being unable to be controlled... Oh yeah, and here I see that because I don't have a Sageling, Ash has MP problems now. But yeah, Berserk characters also have kind of a haste. It's not really haste, but they are faster. And they're immune to confusion, which we will use later at Rathleisure. So what I would come up with would be probably, if I'm too scared, just to take Ash and keep a bit of distance, since Ash has Smelling Salts anyway. So yeah, getting in front to heal the Doom status, which is usually there. Also, just as it appears in one of the chests, here's a bubble mode. Could be useful, I don't know. For now I didn't get it. In this run. But it might become an idea. So yeah, this is a place where you definitely have to use a float mode because this path is full of traps. Just quickly killing what's in the way. And the float mode takes exactly as long as we need to do that. Almost. As you can see, that's already down. Okay, so coming up a rather boring part, which in this version doesn't take too long. Basically all we do is menu for Belfenheim. So after sit in terms of licenses and get a new katana for one. And yeah, and do chops because chops are fun. But at least only a few and not all of them. Dracula Laboratories. First important change, I was able to figure out that I can get through here with the shielded armor still, which means I didn't have to buy the platina armor here in Arcades, and instead buy the Carabinier mail in Balfenheim, which basically allows me to skip the last upgrade to the Dragon mail, which would be quite a detour, not too much, but still a detour. And definitely saves some time. And yeah. What is there to say about Dracula? Mostly it's don't get lost. Like almost everything here is pretty chill. We just kill everything that comes in our way. Press some switches we have to switch to move on. And get through a fight that's basically harder than Sid 1 himself. Ah yeah, here I figured out that with shielded armor I want to have Cura at 70%. And since it got too dangerous, I just... what you can mostly do, not mostly, but just run past them. Loses a bit of LP. XP is not too important, they don't give much experience. But yeah, with 70% healing it shouldn't be too bad. I will just have to use running away strats once more there. Yeah, so coming up last is a bunch of 5 soldiers, I think, for which we just turn off Barsh's Gambit. Don't run forward too fast. Barsh doesn't want to draw aggro from all of them. But basically once everyone decides to fight, just run through and take the elevator. Turn the Gambit back on and probably Ash's MP weren't too nice, which is why Toxic Crystal didn't pay attention just now. So yeah, getting the Holy Mode and the Haster mode in this fight is really important. And just as you could see, I also put Barsh's Gambit to lowest HP. So these small ones now get killed.
Always hiding behind your toys. Pity if anything were to happen to them.
And yeah, when did I finally... Ah, now I did. Yeah, so I realized that I need the sage ring here. What I just saw was, I think at the phone cost menu I probably skipped something else, because I only had 61 LP. Why the license took 70. But I'm quite sure in my notes it's okay, so I just threw something else out. So yeah, unfortunately I can't say the target of a Berserk character is really random. Like, I have no clue how it's determined. But it's just such a damage boost that it basically doesn't matter. And we just go with it. And yeah, Sid dies so fast that it's not even worth despelling him. So now we will see how good the money really is. Because this is basically, I think, the last menu where it's really important. So yeah, buying the Deathbringer, especially because the Deathbringer also has a chance to instantly kill the enemies. Which is really nice. And selling all the stuff we got in the cheetah uplands. Oh yeah, and I already see here that it's basically impossible. I want armor for all 3 of them, and this basically costs 50,000. So I guess I just skip both Hypno Crowns. Which isn't too important, I think. Yeah. For Afflesia it doesn't matter, for Daedalus it doesn't matter, for Tyrant Barsh takes damage only anyway, and Shemazai kills everyone anyway with her magic. So yeah, getting a few items. Just because I was low on stuff. What you can also do, but it takes a bit longer, for backup. Here in this screen, which I think I get, is a 5k guild chest, which means you don't need to worry about buying the chocobo now. And if you enter the Cerobi step, I think, there is a claymore chest, which is a weapon that sells for 5k too. those traps. I might consider using a float mode here. I hate elementals. But yeah, coming up is Rafflesia. Rafflesia has, like, you don't want to fight her too long, basically because she has two annoying facts or attacks. One can just confuse your whole party. To work against that, as I said earlier, Berserk helps, so we throw Bacchus's wine on Barsh and give him Berserk too. This would probably still be the haste skill mode I would, if needed, skip them off. And the others and attacks that, yeah, disables the whole party. I don't exactly know how to skip it. Basically the strats are hope for it not to happen. If it happens, then take out Ash, get in front, Fran, and she throws two remedies, and it will somehow work out. Or at least it did in the... I think 2 times I had it happen now. So yeah, here Vaughn changes equipment with Barsh. What you basically want to have is... okay, I only wanted to check LP for Vaughn. He has 150, now he wants 195. So we need to kill 33 enemies, which is basically free. So yeah, usually we don't want to walk through there because there's a Berserk trap. Really annoying, but as long as the rare enemy doesn't appear, it's not too much of a problem. Even though I think I considered just running through the screen. Also on that screen to the left you could have gotten a second golden amulet, but we get enough LP with the one we have. But yeah, as I said, since the 23 LP our enemies are pretty free, probably in upcoming runs that screen can just be skipped. And especially in cases of the rare enemy appearing, you can just not get it, not have a problem. So on this screen, somewhere in the middle, next to a tree, is a chest with a bubble belt, which we want to get. Equipment does what it says, the one who wears it gets the double status, which is double amount of HP. But yeah, the enemies here also give some pretty nice experience. So yeah, these three guys can become pretty annoying. Mostly dependent on if the Deathbringer hits its KO status and if two people attack one person. In this case you could have seen just Barsh running off, never seen again. So yeah, sorting the items here. I only do it here. It could be useful at some other places, which I don't know. It is simply here because for getting the modes into order, mainly the haste gun mode, which will be moved far to the bottom. So coming up next is Daedalus. Daedalus is... Well, I have tried fighting him without haste gun mode, it's not a good idea. Daedalus is chill until he reaches, I think around 30% threshold, maybe 25. When he does Might of Rage and afterwards, yeah, is in rage status kind of and just kills everything. So the goal is hit him down, Ash using Dispel mode first, or using Dispel, holding the whole, doing Cura, holding the Holy mode ready, and if in time, just uses it and hopefully not have him left with 1 HP. Rip some LP, more LP will follow. But yeah, after that PB I had only one run offline, which ripped by me using a Dispel mode instead of Holy mode. Which is unfortunately something that can happen. Because as you saw, he loses his HP pretty fast. So arriving in Giro Wagon, which is I think the area I dislike most. Simply because the enemies are rather difficult, which we can work around. Like, they deal a lot of damage, but that's fine. But on top of that we have Vivians, which are Marlboros, which can just with their breath give every status effect, I think. And funny enough, in this version you can basically not buy vaccines, only in an airship, or in the bazaar by selling 3 Marlboro flowers which those Vivians drop. Which is not necessarily needed, but definitely helpful, since our main characters also don't have a remedy lore to remove the virus effect. But yeah, on top of that there's also a holy entite. I think it's holy, but it really doesn't matter, because this entite just kills you if it sees you. Or if it sees you doing anything in terms of acting. So yeah, there you saw all the status effects that are dealt. And sometimes those entites just sit in front of a switch and you are like, yay! Running away with everything and having to kill it later is one thing, but I need to get that switch there. But yeah, also it's gladly possible to just skip the rest of the floor once we have pressed every switch we need. Or in case of the second floor, got the Aegis shield. So yeah, as for Vivians, the main strategy is to just move to them with Vaughn, Bash will go anyway, and try to keep a distance with Ash. So not suddenly all 3 of the party members will have all status effects. So as for Tyrant, Ash is becoming a healing station again, only throwing heals. One is actually backup healer because Tyrant deals a lot of damage with his spells. And Barsh has Aegis shield because, yeah, usually he has a lot of spells. One thing to note is that Tyrant is actually weak to ice, which means you could give Barsh the ice point in theory. But since it's a much weaker weapon, even though Tyrant is weak to ice, it's just basically the same damage. So great crystal, not much to say about. Basically runs through, gets screwed over by those Osus or Pentas or whatever, with also status effects, and collect chests just to get some gil in. But basically, yeah, the hardest part for me always is to find the right way to walk. Oh yeah, and usually of course when you have switches and enemies around it, turn off the gambit and so you are just able to calmly press a switch. So here I wanted to give one HP 9, HP 8, but yeah, unfortunately, because he died at Daedalus, that will have to wait to the next menu. So coming up next is Sherazai, who is... she is a weird enemy. Because sometimes you just fight her and feel like whatever she is doing, she is free, because even if she kills Ash, Ash gets revived with a Phoenix Down, and she can even cure herself until Sherazai gets another turn. But sometimes she just screws you over. It's kind of weird. But the strat is in general the same. Ash just healing all the time and dispelling once. Juan and Bash attacking. And then just see what happens. Oh yeah, and I had no clue why, for example, that now just happened, and one took forever to throw his Phoenix down. Yeah, and Sherazai doesn't like it when someone heals. And more LP lost for Ash. But yeah, in here we have also a haste mode, and on the other side a reverse mode, which is the last mode which I didn't pick up this time, which could be helpful next to the 2 bubble modes for the final fight, just to be able to survive stuff. Hey Counter Fist. Yeah, I haven't streamed in a while. Yeah, things are... nothing is certain, but studies are more or less finished. And so, looking for a job soon. So I will have to see how much I will be able to stream then. So in general, life moving forward like always. And how's everything on your end? You also haven't streamed in a while, right? So yeah, the reason I didn't equip the new katana for Van is basically that the next boss, Hydro, is, I think, immune to, or at least halves wind damage. So the old katana just deals more damage to him. And against that guy we need every bit of damage we can get. So the basic strat against Hydro is, yeah, deal as much damage as fast as you can and hope for the best. Always a great strat, but yeah. This guy certainly knows how to draw, and apparently, even though it shouldn't be rare, yeah. So for that, Bucket of Swine on Redis, Haste Gamut. But yeah, apparently I have never gotten cursed before, which just inflicts everyone with a huge load of annoying status effects which instantly kill me. So, rips the dream of Deathless. Was nice knowing you. But to be honest, even now I have no clue what to do against that, and I fear the answer is nothing. Because now in another playthrough I've seen that he can just use it at any time in the fight. And not just at the beginning. Did I mention that I hate my mic? Sometimes it works fine, sometimes it doesn't. I know that my shit mic is broken. Apparently. Not like I didn't test it before or anything, because why should that ever matter? I mean, just for the lols I could do this, but basically all I expected to do is increase the background noises. But yeah, I already thought that would happen, just because chat wasn't really answering me anymore. But yeah, I guess just putting it from 3 times to 4 times didn't change anything. So here's the other place where I turn the high speed off, simply because getting those dark gems is just impossible with high speed, at least for me. So just because my mic pisses me off, how is it now? Okay, last test. How is this mic going? So yeah, Pandemonium is pretty straightforward. Hit it all the time, wait till it's immune, and kill him once he is not immune again. I didn't pay attention just now while I lost 30 seconds. Probably forgot something again. Which I tend to do, but yeah. Hey Mafu. Well, I already tested earlier that the mic on my headset is kind of broken. Or not as good. It seems to have completely lost it now. I have now plugged in an external microphone, which is fine for now, but it's like standing on the table right in front of me, so in case I want to run tomorrow, I have no clue where to have my hands with my controller. But for now it should be fine again. Yeah, I only just plugged it in. But I was talking the whole time, which is kind of annoying when your mic just doesn't work properly. So yeah, getting the demon shield. I have no clue how useful shields are in this game other than the Aegis shield, but I don't feel like skipping it really. Ah yeah, if your volume is turned down, then I guess your stream already has problems with mine. It should be pretty quiet. But at the same time, my voice should have been loud enough compared to the game, which apparently it wasn't anymore. So yeah, behind that last green guy I think was the Dragon Helm, which we completely skipped now. Dragon Helm and Dragon Mail. And also don't even license it, so even for the small amount of better armor, it wouldn't be worth to get it. If then only to sell. I'm not sure what I'm picking up in this tower to sell later for X potions. I know there's some stuff. Or probably even not. So getting up here is pretty straightforward. We need to kill all the green guys to build the bridges. This is the first one which is not completely. We also kill all the green guys here, but right before the bridge. There's one red guy, which by killing him a part of the bridge would go out, and two green guys. So basically we flee, stand in front of one green guy and just run away and hope that the bridge is built, but I guess Berserk Bash just used his Deathbringer Death effect to kill the red guy. So yeah, and here we just killed 10 of the green guys. There aren't enough initially here, but they respawn pretty nice, so not too much of a problem. We just have to count properly. So here's the last part. We need to kill 3 in total. 2 we got at the beginning. And either we kill this one, or if we get chased by too much, we can just kill one in the end. Which is slightly worse because we would have to wait for the bridge to be built. So coming up next is Slit. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe I should once try as a vanilla any percent strat and just turn off all gambits and only use reflected spells. Because the way it goes now it's kind of dangerous. It's a bit weird. The basic strat is the same. We use a reflect gambit to give everyone reflect and cast reflected fire, which at least together with magic gloves, as long as Ash has full HP, deal quite a lot of damage to him. But yeah, Slit also does a lot of damage, so I'm not sure. Oh yeah, and the most important part, of course, reviving is completely useless. But yeah, it went quite smoothly, so... So here, time for the kind of maze I always get lost in. But since I'm not getting the dragon mail anymore, at least I don't have to take any detours here. And the usual behavior. Whenever a remedy is needed, we have to get thrown in. So this is kind of a shortcut. I think I didn't know when I did my last PV of a 509, which is quite a nice additional time save. So coming up next is Fenrir, who, well, Well, he is basically free. Looking at my strats, apparently my menus have already changed quite a bit. But the end result is the same. But yeah, Fenrir basically the usual strat. Hey Ghetto! The usual strat. Ash healing and dispelling, and the rest just going ham. The way it should be. Thanks for the host, Ghetto. Yeah, be glad it is now. Apparently, during this commentary, my headset mic completely broke. So I've now plugged in another another mic. Oh damn. But I mean, what do they expect when people are supposed to work on the 1st of January? Yeah, the backup mic might be a bit annoying because I don't know yet where to position it when I'm actually having a controller in my hand, but just for today at least it's fine. Like tomorrow I will probably have to have it stay a bit further away from my mouse. On which I already tested, it increases the background noises a bit. But I think it's not worse than my old mic was before, so... I think for now I'll just go with it. Okay, apparently my old PB at Fenrir had that skip already. But yeah, for the next boss, unfortunately, the only save point before that is already here. Which means if you die to Hashmelon, you lose around 10 minutes. Or looking at my splits, okay, let's say 5. Wow. Great message to read when waking up. Really awesome. So yeah, using another float mode here, just if I have one left. But seeing this, I have to admit it might be. Like, the nice thing about these bombs is that they only deal dark damage, which means the person with a demon shield only absorbs damage, which means if you just want to run through, at the moment you would have to use Barge without arm guard. I'm not sure if it's worth it. If I would have to guess, it was just random software trying to crack random Facebook accounts. For whichever reason. I mean, I doubt a person of Taiwan would know you good enough to be able to know if your Facebook account is worth hacking or not. No clue. But at the same time, it's probably a proxy server or something. I have no clue. This is just completely hilarious. I mean, at least as long as it doesn't work. If it would work, it would be completely ridiculous. So yeah, getting ready for Hashmelon, who is weak to Wind, of course, as Earth Elemental Esper. And is like the one boss who can really annoy with virus status. But some enemy was so nice and gives 3 vaccines, which usually is enough. So yeah, Hashmelon a very annoying enemy. Basic strat, float mode, haste scammer. And yeah. 3 people dealing damage and Ash healing and dispelling. I think there's something to dispel. Oh yeah, protect. So yeah, as you can see, Hashmelon deals a lot of damage, and on top of that, counters physical damage. Yay! But yeah, fortunately, even if the people are not don't have a float mode anymore, it is not too bad. Since the attacks don't deal too much damage. Like, as you could see, the worst part of Quakia was actually slow, probably. And even Roxor doesn't necessarily one-shot. So time for the chain of bosses, which is probably one of the worst in the vanilla speedrun. Here it actually shouldn't be too bad. The more I've done this fight, the more it tries to troll me, but yeah. First off, Gabran's one. Only thing to note is that you don't want to have Barsh until he is at half HP and triggers a cutscene. Because with Barsh in the party it takes like 30 seconds longer.
Kingslayer will win you back your honor. When you abandoned home and kin, your name was forever stained with blood.
So yeah, Femford is a bit annoying because usually I like to have my healer as active member, but did I change the camera? Since you can only really surely target Femford by attacking him as party leader target, well, the healer usually doesn't have a target, so unfortunately we just stay in front with Barsh and punch on Femford. Damage-wise, the only thing that can really get dangerous is if Femford and Sid do their special attacks at the same time. Or at least that should be it. And I don't know why, but despelling Femford just... it takes long, it kills the Cura, and Sid just very quickly puts it back on. So apparently somehow Ash has been silenced. I didn't pay attention how that happened. So yeah, and this is a safety strat. If you just want to go safe, just tell Van to heal with X potions too. Wow, I didn't remember that. Like even so in my PB, Sid 2 was deathless, so it was a really bad fight. Which happened because I forgot to equip some remaster on Van, which meant that he dealt wind damage to which Femford is immune. But yeah, if I remember correctly, then everything should go fine now. So yeah, only saved 2 minutes instead of 4.5. But at least survived. Which is basically all that counts with such a time save. So yeah, buying some Phoenix Downs and X potions just for safety, and trying to get ready for the final fights. By the way, I remember, yes, 1 can learn Remedy Law 1 and 2, 2 is useless, and 1 at least doesn't get rid of virus. Maybe it can be used to get rid of that at some points. Yeah. For example, at Cheetah he has the arm guard, so it's not really faster. So doing some final menus here. Basically getting the bubble belt for Barsh. If I had 5 LP more, I would go for a swiftness law, for which I need 170 left. Now I just get a few battle laws for more damage. Ash would have gotten a channeling law if I had enough. But unfortunately she died a bit too much. As for Van, I don't remember anymore. But basically the important stuff is done. So now time for more or less a final fight, which will, without spoiling, go a bit worse than in my PB simply because less levels, and yeah, kind of trying to go for more safety. These fights are weird at some points. But yeah, first we need to run. Apparently I chose the left side again. The right should be shorter. I feel like the left might be a bit safer just from the soldiers and stuff, but both ways can be quite annoying. I really have no clue. And of course again, hitting the escape, the flee buttons means that you just turn around 180 degrees so you can probably flee. But yeah, now that that is done, last preparations. Against the Bronze 2, the strat is basically going all out completely, even using Spirit of Lothar, which I haven't done before, which gives the person it's used on bravery. Maybe it's a choice for a fight, or you get some when Redis joins the party. But I don't exactly know how useful they are. So yeah. Bravery onto, Berserk onto, and Haste Gun mode. And just hoping that Gunnards dies faster than our characters do. I guess a Ghost Split just didn't do as much license menu.
I welcome it.
And yeah, as usual, Enrage is completely annoying. But at least Bosch survives and is able to kill him off. Okay, so the idea for getting Van out here is that Vayne's second special attack can actually kill him, I think. Like I said, it's a bit weird, because you also can't really get him out of the fight.
Your lives are forfeit,
at least by no
and your
means
insurgents with them.
Safely.
Dalmasca will again know order. For good and all, I
And
shall bring your futile attempts at rebellion to an end.
I thought that Barsh alone would be good enough to kill him quickly. Which, to be honest, when I look at it, it's probably still true. Like probably 8 hits of, well, a bit more. But I think his HP go down quite quickly. But of course it loses time against the split in which Vaughn is in this play. But yeah, already getting ready for safety healing later. And adding self-cura to Ash. The reason for that is basically if she targets, for example, Vaughn and Vaughn dies, then her cura gets cancelled. Since it's an AoE spell, it usually doesn't matter who she casts it on. But I mean, as long as she is alive, casting it on herself always works. Which is why self-cura is actually helpful here.
Ivalice will know a new
So yeah,
dynasty,
just like
and
always,
man
a strat,
will
kill
keep his own
everything.
history. The tyranny of the gods is ended. We are their
But the
puppets
problem
no
in the
more.
second phase
freedom
is
for which
that
we have
close to
longed
the
is
end
at
he has an
hand.
attack that I think deals around 3000 damage, so it kills Ash and Vaughn. I'm not sure if there's a blank spot for Ash to run into. Might be. But for Vaughn there certainly isn't, since he is attacking all the time. And so what I at least did this fight, or tended to do, like you could, for example, what I said, use a double mode to just double those 2 HP, or you can just try to get them out of the fight now. But actually doing it now is quite risky and takes quite some time, which I didn't realize until then. Okay, just now also apparently realized I had no clue why I took out Barsh of the party. But yeah, apparently it was just a mistake. And now I'm going ultra safe, with just healing, possibly throwing explosions with both. Which should probably be overworked by equipping an arm guard, which I will do in the third battle anyway. Yeah, switching here to lowest HP is simply because, well, party leader target doesn't work because I have Ash. And sometimes I just don't want to see him. So yeah, and now basically giving the arm guard to Vaughn and just letting him go ham. Since apparently Barsh also doesn't like attacking but more throwing explosions. So yeah, what the Undying does basically, besides his attacks, at 75, after losing 1/4 of his HP, he casts Faith and gets the magic barriers, which we don't care for too much. After 50% of damage, he casts Bravery and gets the physical armor, which we have to pull through. And at 75% damage, he gets both armors. I know that the vanilla any percent is able to skip this immortality time. I don't know how or if it's useful in IZJS. But yeah, now that one can't attack anyway, just putting back the Hermes sandals and just throwing more explosions. Which is at least enough for the first invincibility phase. So yeah, second invincibility phase is a bit different. Just by saying first he does Giga Flare Sword, which is still fine, but after that he does an attack called Terra Flare, which again would kill Van and Ash. I don't know if throwing in reverse mode on Van and just pulling through afterwards would be enough, since I've heard that reverse doesn't hold for very long. But if not that, it should be tried to get her out pretty quick. Yes, you can see what I never talked about. I threw an elixir on Ash simply because she was low on NP. She is missing one channeling license, which could be a reason for it. But just for safety, it's probably always good to have one elixir left. It might be that you have to sell one for Dust Tier 2 guild, but you can still get them back at Belias Cave, at I think in Mendes there is one, and before Hashma. So yeah, healing the party back up, equipping Van with the arm guard so he starts attacking again. Seeing how my teammates die again just because they can. And didn't block anything, but yeah. And that's it already. So, a run with decent ups and downs. The start was really strong, up to Goliath at least. Tiamat, yeah, getting the Kikuichi Manji, losing 3 to 4 minutes is really annoying, but it's RNG. Died to Hydro, XII wasn't perfect, the last fights I don't know. At the moment I'm happy with them. I would say sub 450 should be possible with those strats, sub 445, with some overworking also. But I will put that project on a hold for now. So yeah.